Okay. Take my... There we go. You on, GG. Let's hope I don't play like shit. I went to bed super late last night. These are not... I should buy an armature for my mic. Ugh. Up to... Looks like a jump was too late. Oh, we're gonna be going through this today, huh? That doesn't work, okay. Wait. Stop doing that. Come on. Okay, yeah. I do need to start holding down on the right stick as soon as, unless... Hang on. Let's see if this works. That might actually work. Okay. I'm not sure if I have the coordination. Oh. I do have the... I do have the left trigger. Yo, flowers. I do have the left trigger. It is indeed the boy. Sonic and the Secret Rings mastered. Fuck the party mode. Yo, GG's. Okay, yeah, holding the left trigger does not help at all. Okay. Okay. I'm starting to get this. Better at an angle? It's weird. Almost crashed the game. Like the fact that you did both the story games, you should. The storybook games. I mean, not peak Sonic, but still good Sonic. I'm a little rusty because I haven't played in 2 days. To move side, slide jump, boom, boom, easy. Might be a little bit, trying to keep me on here. Kind of half and half. Fun Black Knight is awful, just a mindless gimmick. Come on. Oh, hey, I figured out how to fix that. That's cool. I like both. I do like Secret Rings better, though. Twinsanity Island. I am slightly cold. But only slightly. It's like, I think it's like 20 degrees. Got braces, GG's.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past.
What do you mean I dropped 400 frames? Batosis, buena superior. Yeah, apparently I dropped 400 frames. Wrong the rights, yes. You didn't see anything? Good. Yeah, wrong the rights is a pun because we usually say right the wrongs, but Cortex is evil. Why did I go that way? I really didn't need to do that. My muscle memory kicked in right there. These are global I think those are like level cycles. Next thing's a... Well, this is a local cycle. This only appears in the chunk, but the laser is a global cycle. Okay. Don't let me slide jump then. That guy is in a terrible position. I need to jump. Okay, hang on. These long jumps kind of suck because you never know when the camera's just gonna like get stuck. I could still do the jumps blind, it just kind of sucks. I should be slightly behind in the cycle, so... Yep. Which is perfectly fine. Being behind in that cycle is perfectly fine. Whoa. Okay, okay, boom. The hard part's done, the annoying part begins. Hang on, I'll read that in a second. Ah, that was dumb. The amount of RNG and party mode of Secret Rings is crazy, like the achievement where you need to beat 10 minigames in a row without failing. Oh, that sucks. Okay, note to self, don't slide jump, just do a long jump, everything else will be fine. Okay. Gonna do a little bit of iceberg lab. Yeah, in case anybody's catching it, my my voice isn't doing too well at the moment. I don't know why I didn't spin there. Nutite. Yo, hyper. Okay. Okay. That was because I jumped, and my second jump was too early. There we go. See, that's much better. Your throat hurts, let's go, damn. Throat pain, buddies? I need to... You know what I might do? I'm gonna check to see if this works, because, like, if the camera wants to, like... If the camera wants to, like, turn like that... I think what I can do is I can hold the trigger, and that might prevent it from moving. Get better. I should be okay. Okay, yeah, that makes it way better. Holy shit. I'm not really sick. Sort of. I mean, I still have the cold from Mexico. Sort of. Like, it's gone, but I still have phlegm. I'm still congested from it, and I still have the cough. Yeah, that's right. I'll be fine. It's been a build-up for a couple of days, but I may have also caught a cold, too. Could be hay fever. Is Mexican cold better than the USA one? I will disagree with that, but only because of one reason. my biology is attuned for the United States. So things like when you travel to a place, colds are way worse. Did I find Gustavo Fring? Imagine. Okay, I want to do this. Okay, so I'm here, right? That works a lot better. Yeah, I know it's a joke. But I still have to say, like, due to my constitution, this is gonna take a little bit of time before my body gets over it. I mean, the last time I had something that was pretty bad, though this wasn't really bad. It took me about 6 months. Then again, I was also coughing up blood, so... I'm not coughing up blood. I just have a cough. Oh, that makes that so much better. Okay. That jump is a lot easier now, because the camera's not doing dumb shit. In the Mushroom Kingdom. I was in Mexico for about, I was in Mexico for about 8 days. Half of it I was sick. I was there speedrunning this game. Paste. Instead of jumping, I can try that. Fuck off. Yeah, I think I'm going back to that. Like an event? Yeah, I went there to speedrun Twins. Traveling for Twins, yep. I went there to do a run and then do commentary to speedrun for charity. It's probably one of the coolest things I've ever done, to be honest. Left me broke, but shit, like, I think that was an awesome... I think that was an awesome thing. Even though I didn't do too much commentary in Spanish, I still did some commentary. And I gave people a really fun run. That's a... I really like this movement. This movement's smooth. Opinions on the Sonic CD OST? I like both. I prefer the USA one, but that's because I'm more used to it. I'm gonna have to... Yeah, they cooked on both. Oh, shit. Hang on. Boss music slaps. Yep. What the fuck is this cycle? Of course I'm gonna miss that. The USA boss theme is terrifying. That is the one that definitely is not good. Like the whole meme with the Tanosa Mugen, it's like, because it's like scary and the face looks weird, that caused a lot of people to be scared. Buena superior? Ah. Wait, what do I mean? So there's a secret screen you can get in Sonic CD where it says Tanosa Mugen and it has a weird thing. Fun is infinite, yes. Yo mate. Monk. Ah, we're back to this. When I no longer have to do nut skip is the day I am happy to speedrun Twins. This is the blue screen, yes. Nut jail, yep. We're already immediately in nut jail. The fuck did you listen to? Did you listen to? Exactly, yep. Now see, that screen's not terrifying in the with the other OST, but with the US OST? Yeah. That is the worst track in the US soundtrack, but like listen to Tidal Tempest, Future, and Collision Chaos. All of Collision Chaos is really nice. Enterprises, Majin Mumbo Jumbo, yep. Sound like something an alien would make. Meanwhile, Sonic 2 was made by the Americans, or the American studio, and the people that branched off from Sonic Team Japan. Nutting your skip, as they say? True. That was not a very good hub one. Final boss music? It's more or less the same. Oh, come on. I didn't realize I was, like, right off of the ledge. I would say don't expect really good gameplay from me because I was up until, like, 3 a.m. last night. Which, if anybody knows me, knows that, like, 3 a.m. is, like... It's very rare for me to be awake past 1. So, So, my body's a little out of whack. It's fine, though. I mean, I had plans yesterday anyway, so... That was actually the reason why I didn't stream yesterday, was because the plans were supposed to be Friday, but stuff happened, so it had to be pushed back to Saturday, which is something I kind of expected. And I just didn't want to stream on Friday, especially after I saw everybody was, like, getting fucked in the ass in their runs. So I was like, nah, I'm not gonna run. And then Saturday was just a day of rest. Day of rest and having fun, and today we're back to fucking doing nut skip. I almost paused and reset. Collision Chaos is you love how funky it is? Yeah. What's the USA version? Let me think if I can remember how it sounds like in my head. It sounds creepy, but also at the same time it's like mysterious. It's really nice. The past version's kind of nice, but it's like an acquired taste. Future's nice. Sin, you just joined Sin stream and he instantly said 6-7. Dude, I miss the old Sin. I miss the old Sin. Like, dude, I really miss the old Sin. I don't like the new Sin. The old Sin would have never said that. The old Sin would have just done Halo speedrunning. The old Sin was the GOAT. New Sin is like 6-7. How's it going? It's going. I had a pretty good day yesterday. I also was able to get Wendy's yesterday. That was nice. You presume there's one more frame? Let's go, dude. He was still on his 6-month break. Oh, right, yeah. Old Sin was cool. It's that precise now. Understandable. That's how it goes, man. Kevin? That is still time loss. Doesn't look like it, but it is time loss because I have to move away from the nut. There we go. I jumped too early. I move on by 1 frame, and it will round up the timer to the next one. That sucks. Well, there's only one way to find out. Kevin, move the fuck out of the way. Oh, you don't want that as the record? Okay, yeah, that's fair. Damn it, I should have gotten it. It depends on the frame data because like a lot of games have with timers usually do the lazy way and just pick whatever frame does what. For the third time, hopefully you don't relapse again. Bro, you need to just fix the origin of your addiction over just trying to delete it, because you will reactivate it another time. It's just a cycle. Addiction is not something you can run away from, because the core of the problem of the addiction doesn't go away. The object that that you're being addicted to is not... That is not the cause. That's an effect. You have to actually fight addictions at the source. Slay the Spire? Let's go, dude. Fuck, not skip, true. $30 FPS. Oh, I see. So it's 60, but it has two sets. That's how Sonic Adventure 1 works. Damn. But yeah, when it comes to addictions, it's like, no, the thing is that if you only do the thing itself, you're gonna relapse. The behavior has to change. It's not the thing, it's the behavior. That's how you get rid of an addiction. That's why a lot of people relapse, because it's like, what they're trying to do is just stay away from the thing. The thing is just staying away from the thing doesn't fix the problem. That's why relapsing occurs, because it's like, well, you still have the behavior. You're still going to do it. No human being on this damn planet has the discipline to really fight something that is highly addictive. What needs to happen is an attitude change, a behavioral change. Something else is causing it, because if you have that, the only thing that won't make you relapse is another addiction. That should have worked. I don't know why it didn't. And I'm also not saying this to, like, blame you or, like, say, like, you're... what... You know, I'm not saying this, like... I'm telling you this because that's how... It will be better to try to fight it that way than to just run away. And I'm also not saying, like, you shouldn't give in to the addiction, but rather, like, figure out what the fuck is causing it, and then fix that instead. Ah, shit. I was too far to the right. I'm not surprised I'm having trouble focusing because of sleep issues. Sleep issues, it's because of the irregular sleep I had today. Causes boredom and not really anything else to do. Then why are you calling it an addiction? Because if you just want to do it, then there's no problem with it. You can't study 24/7, you go out occasionally. That sounds a lot more like time management issues than addiction. Just establish certain times where you do certain things and then just set a timer. I mean, I'm not very good at that. Like, I mean, I've done speedrunning when I should be doing homework or studying. I do it every semester. I'm terrible at time management. I'm terrible at prioritizing time. But it's not really an addiction, it's just... it's more of a behavioral problem. I definitely should be doing other things. And the thing is, as well, and I'm gonna say this right now because this is very important that they don't tell people in the modern day, but you need to hear it. The thing is you can't work all the time. Not having fun is very bad for your mental health. Extremely bad for your mental health. You need to have fun. You need to lose a little bit of boredom. That doesn't necessarily mean that you need to have stimulation 24/7. But you can't just give up something that you like doing, just because you have to work all the time or study all the time or whatever. People who work all the time or do serious stuff all the time and never have any type of fun or recreation, those people are the most miserable people on the planet unless they find what they're doing is fun. They exist. All work and no play is very bad for humans. Which, by the way, in a lot of kingdoms in the medieval times, the kings made sure to not force an extremely long workday because the people would rebel. Because isn't it interesting that people, like, can't work all the time or they're extremely stressed? The only reason why it works right now is because people find that murdering people is wrong, which is true. I'm not saying it isn't, but at the same time, people don't have the same desire to, like, go and either extremely brutalize or murder somebody that is wronging them in the modern day. So people get away with more shit. But back then, like, they would even go against the king if they forced them to do stuff and stress them out, like, an extreme amount. You have to make the people happy. So, which, I'm not saying that is how we should deal with it. What I'm saying is that you have to bear in mind that the reason why we don't know how to fucking deal with overworking and all this stress is because in previous times they didn't have to deal with that because the leaders would know that they would have their head on a pike. It's insanely based. That's not based, though. It's just... think about this for a second. The reason why we don't know how to deal with the massive amounts of stress is because back in the days when people when the leaders had to be scared of their people, Like, they had to make sure that the people were at least somewhat happy. We don't know how to do that. But my stance on it? I wouldn't even say my stance is based. It just makes sense. Machado. Okay, that was that was weird. Imagina. Buenas. No, I'm just saying, like, what I'm saying makes perfect sense. Just take the compliment. Thanks for the good luck. I have difficulty taking compliments if you haven't been able to figure that one out. But yeah. It just, I don't know, we just don't know how to deal with modern problems. Because it's an incredible shock that they're called modern problems. But yeah, it's always basically about that in particular, that it's like sometimes, like, because of the way that society is right now with the whole thing of, like, everybody has to work and everybody is very overworked, basically. And it's not good. We didn't have that in the past because we didn't need it. Now it's easier to exploit people in certain ways, or at least exploit the masses. And so, like, a lot of times we have these problems that people just don't know how to deal with, because it's like, well, we could do this now, and it's like people will put up with it. And we can't look back to the past for it, because if we look back to the past, it's like, well, what the people did was they would behead the fucking king. Yeah, I think, like, they had 3 or 4 day work weeks. I think that's what, that was established for most, I think that was what was established, was 3 or 4 day work weeks. If I remember correctly. Was it a happier life? I wouldn't say that. I mean, think about the other things you had to worry about. You didn't understand diseases. Sanitation was, like, non-existent unless you lived in Rome. And even then, I wouldn't say that Rome was a very sanitary place. I mean, most people live to, like, their 40s, but the thing is surviving childbirth and childhood was, like, fucked. Because the thing is the reason why, like, birth mortality rates were so high was because people didn't understand that if you used the same tools and didn't sanitize, people got infected, and it would kill both the mother and the baby. We didn't really understand this until the 19th century, the late 19th century, if I remember correctly. Sonic and the Mexican Barrier confirmed. Let's go, dude. But, like, all of those things, sanitation was basically non-existent. You didn't really have healthcare. Like, you had a doctor, but the doctor didn't really know what the fuck was going on, because ancient medicine was, like, dead. And medicine at the time was fucked and based off of superstition. I wouldn't say it's a happy life. I would just say it was a much simpler life. mercantilism also as well, which modern economic systems didn't really exist. A lot of it was mercantilism, which was the predecessor to capitalism, if I remember correctly, where a lot of it was barter and trade, but also there did exist money. But a lot of people would like trade and stuff, and people didn't have to do that much. A lot of taxes were paid in like livestock and what you were meant to do. Serfdom did exist, but like you also have to remember, like the thing is people didn't have to work all the time like we do now. And also, don't fall into the trap of saying like our modern economic systems are like really, really bad, because like that is a dangerous level of thought. I've seen a lot of people go into like saying, hey, look, you know, the modern economic system is really, really bad, and it has its flaws, but a lot of people kind of just say, well, it's just because I don't like it that we should go with something else. But a lot of times, the something else is even worse. It only works when people are altruistic. At the same time, I always make fun of economics because it is the literal fanfiction of math, but the old systems would not work. I wasn't able to get my slide jump out. That sucks. Always be careful of getting into those kinds of mental traps, because you never know what you'll find. Buenas gracias por la suerte. Always be wary of what you learn, because just because you don't agree with one system that's happening right now does not mean that you'll be happy with another one. That is a mental trap. So yeah, in some ways, a lot of us would be a lot happier in medieval times. But in a lot of other ways, a lot of us would be dead. However, here's the thing you have to bear in mind, though, that is, like, completely and totally, like, this is the thing you have to understand. If we were thrown into medieval times right now with our current ideals and whatever, we wouldn't survive. But if we were born in those times, everybody would know what they're supposed to do outside of some outliers. So the thing is like, while yes, if you literally just, like, were thrown in medieval times, you wouldn't know what to do. But if you were born then, you would already know what you were supposed to do, because you would be taught how to survive. There's goods and bads to both. I mean, really, modern society hasn't, like, existed for that long. Only, like, a little over 150 years. If I'm not mistaken. A lot of issues that we have right now are just issues that we have not learned how to deal with because we never had to, classically. Whereas a lot of the other problems that we had to deal with pre-modern were mostly survival, or things that humans have been building since the Middle Ages, which is over 1,000 years. And the advent of the internet, or the introduction of the internet into modern society, was like only 20 years ago. Like, it existed. It existed in the 70s and the 80s. It kind of started taking off in the 90s, but in reality, like, most of, like, internet culture and things started happening in the 2000s. And technology has been changing rapidly since the 80s. I mean, I talk about social problems a lot, but the thing is, and everybody has to bear this in mind, like, all of these issues are so new that nobody knows how to deal with them yet. We're kind of in a weird transitional period. Dude, nice. All of the rats were fucking over there. My finger's slipping off the stick. Sounded wrong. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da. I almost fell. Ba-dum, ba-dum, dum. What about dropping bar of soap? Don't slip up? That's a pretty good joke. Okay. Okay, fucking... Fucking plug you in a second. Okay. That was a mid 121. Not super great, but perfectly fine, really. Still waiting for JP support on this game.
The sinking ship. Tell us where the treasure is.
And maybe you could go into Discord
Let you go.
and into their Discord and then request it.
Looks like we'll have to wring it out of him. Embryo?
I didn't sneeze. Sounded like it. Pretty sure it was a cough. Lock in. There's no reason to lock in yet. No, you hate Discord? F. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe if you post a very angry message on their forum, they might listen. Probably not, though. One, 2, 3, 4. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. That did not save me any time. I miscounted. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Come along to the Psychotron.
Where's the camera right now? What's my username on RA? I should be either GPro or I am GPro. RA. Juani!
You monster! Let my brother go!
My crystals! Ruined, thanks to Perky here. Must be repaired, and only one person can help. My niece, Nina Cortex. Isn't she delightful? Obviously, I've made a few modifications here and there. Quickly, to my private dirigible. Set a course for Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil. Come along.
Okay. I was looking up my RA profile. I can't see chat right now. I am G Pro on retro achievements. That was pretty slow. Hang on. No, that is unfair. That is extremely unfair. That is extremely unfair, dude. Yeah. Yeah. You guys, anybody can feel free to add me. I'll or anybody can add me on RA. It has a follow feature. You can follow people and then people will follow you. When Bro, we need to make the sweet and sour chicken pizza. The sweet and sour chicken pizza just has to happen, and we need to send it to Sloth's house. Every time he almost gets trilogy. You followed? Nice. That sounds delicious. Listen. Juanli and I were in another fucking group chat and we were cooking. Fucking sweet and sour chicken pizza with tacos al pastor. And like, I called it the, what did I call it? The Infinity Stones of Minorities. Yo, Ali, what's my user? Sonic? What's that mean? Denshi Katsu. Denshi. I mean, that's also your YouTube username. Hang on, once you're on the rock, how and where do you jump? You mean the person in chat that has the Sonic? I have no idea. I don't see, usernames. Okay, so Flowers, if you saw what I just did for Tikimon Skip, go to the upright. Okay. How is everything? Things are okay. If it tastes good with bread, it'll go great on pizza. I do not like pineapple on pizza. Okay, I'll show you this. Hang on. This isn't very This is how you're supposed to do Tikimon Skip. Hang on. Okay. You can get on the rock, but we weren't sure. Twilight Princess? True. Twilight Princess is a great video game. Okay. Okay. So, so the thing is you want to land like here. And then the idea is you want to kind of angle this way, so you see that? How you do that? So literally, you want to aim for that. That is, that's how you're supposed to do Tikimon Skip. I do it faster, but you're supposed to do it this way. It's the reason why I don't do that is because it loses a second. And I can't really afford to lose a second anymore. I mean, so here's the thing. Pineapple on pizza only tastes good if you do the sauce correctly. That's the thing. The sauce and the cheese need to be done correctly or it's going to suck. And the thing is that standard pizza does not taste good with pineapple. The sauce has to be done a little differently in order to make the pineapple taste good. But the thing is that, like, I really don't like pineapple. Not on pizza. It can be done, and it can taste good. The only thing is you have to... It just doesn't work with proper sauce. It has to be done slightly differently to make it taste good. That's the thing, and that's why people are divided on it. Because a typical pepperoni and cheese pizza, sloth sauce, yo, dude. Sloth sauce. Okay, fine. Curry with banana. I could see it. I like really spicy curry. It's got to be spicier, it just doesn't taste the same. Move out of the way, Kevin. I think when Kevin does that, that's like 0.3 to 0.5 seconds of time loss. Slide. Oh, fuck off. Giga Nut failed, yep. Oh, reset will always happen. 75% of resets happen in the first split. Because Hub 1 just does not like to work. The worst part is... Damn. The worst part is... I reset less than most people in this game. Except on Hub 1 for any percent and any percent no dimension skip. I reset less than anybody else, basically. Except on this particular split in those two categories. Link Donkey and your horse Shrek, let's go, dude. The only reason why I reset more is because I have to reset over errors, because if nut skip fails, I lose over a second, like 1.5. And then if I miss any of the coin flips for the other 3 tricks, which would be landing on the ledge, which is, it's less than a coin flip, it's like 40%, 30-40%. At most, you miss it 4 times. After the 4th missed time, you can land on it. Every time. Then there's the body slam, which is a coin flip. It's a 50-50 whether you get it or not. And then there's another body slam, which is a 70% chance of success. And then there's always a little bit, like a 10 to 15% chance you lose speed, can't do Tikimon skip, because, yeah, the game's cool. And then there's like a 1% chance that the fucking villagers just take you out. And the nut just has a mind of its own. Now, if I really wanted to do a no reset, I could. Like, I mean... Once the nut actually fucking cooperates... Okay, that one was my fault. Yeah, you see, like, the nut will just, like, if it doesn't want you... If it doesn't want you to fucking... If it doesn't want to work, it will not work. It does not matter, no matter how good you are. I've done this at least 20,000 times. At least 20,000 times I have done nut skip. And if the nut doesn't want me to fucking get it up there, it will prevent me from getting it up there. It does not fucking matter. And then there's moments like that where it's like, I just got lucky because of the rotation. Basically 95% of the time, the nut would be rolling backwards in that scenario. Tried to nut 20,000 times? Yeah, basically. Hey, look, that worked that time. Cool. Yep, the scary thing is that I reset a lot less than other people. And I still reset a lot. In Hundo, I'm usually, like, extremely consistent at getting out of, Jungle Bungle. So I'm usually not stuck in the jungle. Oh, you can do, Tikimon skip now, Flowers? Yeah, that variation of Tikimon skip is super old. It's existed for almost 20 years. As precise as Nut Skip? Nah, it's probably... the KH2 thing is probably more precise than Nut Skip. Nut Skip's issues aren't precision-based, they are, they're physics-based, and the physics just do not like to work. Because, there's also a rotation value, and the rotation value does change speed. And you can't manipulate the rotation value. If you could manipulate the rotation value, we could get Giganut. Super easy. No RNG elements. Yeah, Nut Skip is basically like RNG whether it's gonna work, or whether it's going to work in your favor or not. You could still do it 100% of the time. Nut Skip is not inherently hard, but the faster you go, the harder it is. That rat was really trying. Ugh! Yeah, the faster you go, the harder Nut Skip is. The slower you go, the easier it is. Inherently, it's like a 3 out of 10. Just like the majority of Twinsanity tricks is like... Or the majority of the easy ones, they're like between 3 and 4. But the faster you go, the harder it is. Which, yes, I know is a nut joke in and of itself, but still. Maybe I should just, like, not do a long jump there, because if I land on the platform earlier, it's faster. Gambling addict? Maybe. I don't know. Why did he go to the... Interesting. I lost a little bit of time there. The fact that a low 123 boat isn't even in my top fucking 10% of runs is concerning. Looks pretty fast. Eh.
Yummy fresh meat for my
I've done faster. It's only 6th fastest I've ever done. Oh, I lost time there. Oh. Finish the nut for his pot? True. Ooh! Okay, there we go. Oof. Yo, Frank.
Rats are living in a sinking ship. Tell us where the treasure is.
69% humidity down here. Let's go, dude. He needs fresh nut for his pot.
Looks like we'll have to wring it out of him. Rio, get changed.
Good luck. Thanks for the good luck. Damn. Everybody's leaving me hanging. No nutite. Very sad. One, two, three, four. One, two, three. One, two, three. One. Okay, why didn't I hit enter? That was supposed to be enter, not numpad 0. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Okay, now you have to type my nut. You couldn't finish it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that sounds about right. Practice. There we go. Flowers would never leave me hanging. He's the true bro. I mean, the Rusty Walrus section is like not that tough. In a speedrunning sense, it's not that bad. Ooh, might be fast. Hang on. Let me cook. I should not have gotten that. Okay, cool. Ooh, yeah, this is pretty fast.
You monster!
Low
Let my
47?
brother go.
Especially after that weird-ass movement, yeah. That's pretty good.
Bye, crystals.
Ruined!
Thanks to Perky here.
Must be repaired, and only one person can help.
My niece.
Nina Cortex. Isn't she delightful? Obviously, I've made
Anga Bibi.
modifications here and there.
Quickly, to my private dirigible. Data course from Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil.
Come along!
Oh, neat. I am now on my fastest pace. Cool. By how much, though? Literally by like a fraction of a second. Neat. Okay. Okay. Come on. Okay. Okay. Dude.
They found us!
Dude.
To the airship! Quickly!
You are in detention.
So best seg pace, by the way. Okay, yeah, this run is,
You found it.
I'm an evil scientist!
A scientist of it. To me, you'll always be a little.
Oh, fuck. Oh, you have to put Nutite first. So it's just Nut and then IGHD. Flowers. Thanks for the good luck. There we go. Now you do my nut. When you see Twitch panic, you get scared. Understandable. Okay. It all depends. I'm actually ahead of my best segs right now, which makes sense.
As we explore a
Okay.
new dimension.
Come on.
It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
Alright. Bullshit number 1 done. Okay. Bullshit number 2.
Victor and Moritz's
Oh.
stronghold of evil. This
Yo,
is
Blue, thanks
where
for the
we
good luck.
wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Buenos pantalones cuadrados. Ya vienes en una buena run. My entire body is already shaking. Vale. Y buenas, ¿cómo andas? Thanks for the good luck. It's coming, I don't know yet. We have to see how well these go. This is still a very hard part of the run. We have to, any mistake could kill the run still. And I'm very... ¿Estoy bien? Obviamente me pongo nervioso, pero todo bien. I almost fucked that up. Huge good luck. Let's hope so. Come on, man. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. That was some of the worst RNG I've seen. Okay, this cycle's fine. He's in probably the worst possible spot he could have been in. Cortisol at a very high, yes. Tu segundo favorito? ¿Y cuál es tu primer? Insane time depends entirely on this god cycle. Tag team racing? ¿En serio? Joder. Okay. Come on. Come on. One, two, 2. Oh, my thumb missed. It's fine though. No, man. It was because my chat my finger missed the B button. If I get ball glitch though. Nope. Okay. Okay. Okay, I have some good news and I have some bad news. No! Don't you dare! No! You're kidding! Let me fucking see, please. I don't know if... let me see here. Is it gonna be enough? I don't know. This might not be the 2420. I don't know. I don't know if this is the 2420. We'll find out soon enough. It was good. It might be. Yep, it is. Wait. Yeah, it is. Oh no. It might not be. Fuck you. That was not the 2420.
Let's get out of here!
Bastard. Are you serious, man? I choked Antagony. And it's because I missed one. It's because I missed two B button presses because I was so fucking. I was shaking so bad. That's a. Like, I mean, look at that fucking run though. That run is like insane. All the way up to fucking Antagony. Fuck, dude. That early game, everything is gonna suck. Everything is gonna suck. Everything is gonna suck compared to this, dude. Yo, thank you for the stonks. Okay, let's change this. This isn't over. This is not fucking over. Okay, let's see here. 24. 407 would be... Oh, let's do 408. There you go. Then this... For 56 would be... 28. And then for this one, I would say, like, 345... No, 343 should be okay. And 152 would be 04. 152 would be 0. Yeah, let's do 04. And then that would need to have... How much would it benefit were a perfect antagony? If the antagony were perfect, that would have been a... Hang on a second. That would have been a 24 1x. Did you miss PB? You did. I mean, I'm going back. You know what? I'll bump this up to 125. Actually, no. There you go. Imagine. I mean, dude, I'm not even, like, that far into the grind. I'm, like, barely into the grind. Okay, I need to take that off because it's messing with me. AoE skip was so perfect. It wasn't perfect, but it was very good. The thing that really sucks is that, that was a very good run. Like, it wasn't even early game, it was basically everything up to AA was extremely close to perfect. Like, if I was, based off of, like, perfection, I was 3 seconds, I think, off of, like, actual perfection. Human perfection, anyways. I was, like, 3 seconds off of human perfection all the way into AA. That run was incredible. And I mean, if you want to have any percent as a comparison, that was far more optimized than my any percent run, all the way up to AA. It just sucks that the Ant RNG was really bad, and then I was shaking so much I missed several inputs. I missed like 2 body slam inputs. If I didn't miss those body slam inputs, it would have been one of the best Twinsanity runs of all time. And probably would never be beaten. I'm sad. I'm not mad, I'm a little sad. Because, like, leaving on a run like that, ooh, like, I mean, you don't just pull that out. Don't worry, next one is world record, but, I mean, my PB is world record. Noobs believes. No, I wouldn't say so. Any percent and hundo both are more optimized because of the is the new world record. We shall see. And now the thing is though is that is still like fucking like my execution throughout that entire fucking run was phenomenal. Number in the top right for no dimension skip. The number in the top right are the resets. Those are all of the resets for specifically no dimension skip. My any percent, my standard any percent is like 17,000 resets. And big surprise, like somewhere in the realm of like 12,000 of those were just nut skip. The moment you said it looks fast. Yeah, the I'm really glad that I was able to like improv or like improvise and like save it because I knew that something bad was going to happen. I felt it and it happened and the thing was like, okay, so I have to fix this. Then I was like, okay, I have to go fast otherwise I'm gonna die. I'm not satisfied, though, because it's not a 2x. And I said that 2x is where I'm gonna stop. And, the thing is that if I get a run comparable to what I got, what I just got, and I get a good AA, I just skip the 2x and then go to 1x. And I mean, if I get ball glitch on top of that, oof. If I get ball glitch on top of it, it could almost. I don't think I'll be able to get a 0x. But because the way to get 0x is everything has to go absolutely correct, and also I need to have good ant RNG and ball glitch. And I might also have to go for the fast Nina for that. Because there's just no way that I'm gonna be that good for 24 minutes straight. Well, it's not really 24 minutes straight. It's more like, it's more like for about 22 minutes straight, because once I get to the final boss, that's usually the time where I can relax. Because the final boss is like the easier part. You could still die on it, so it's not like it's, you know, infallible. But, the final boss is usually where you can relax. But everything before that, no. Because everything's hard. From the moment how I can play Antagony under that extreme pressure, I don't know either. Like, my entire body was shaking. Like, you do get used to it. That pressure was, like, unsustainable because I knew how good the run was. Other runs, like, I mean, it depends entirely on how good the run is. When I was on the 100% run, when I got the 102, the reason why I almost cracked under pressure was not necessarily because of how good the run was, but also because I was playing for 50 minutes before that. There was no time to reset or breathe. For this one, it's short enough to where, like, the only thing that really kind of, like, drags it down is just pressure alone. And that run was fucking phenomenal. You can't exactly, like, just react to that run. Also, I just want to say, because Rach, I don't know, Rach, who's, she runs Rugrats and Crash Bash, especially with Stu. She said, like, you know you got 5 world records in a month, and I'm like, yeah. And that's the 6th one, because what the 100% run was basically exactly a month ago. It was the 17th of April, when I got the 102.34. It was a 102.3x. It was exactly a month ago. So, in 31 days, I have gotten 6. Por eso voy a ordenar. Pues es que me faltó unos inputs y me faltó un... Pues es que se llama God Cycle. Así que, pues es que ahorra casi 6 segundos y me lo falló. Y también, por los nervios, no pude presionar el botón B otra vez. Y perdí más de 10 segundos. La meta es sub 24:30. Y la run era buenísimo. Buenísima, joder. Pero fue un PB. O sea, juego récord. Porque tengo todos los juegos récord. You're surprised? Yeah, Crash Bash runs aren't dead. Casi perfecta era la run. Aparte del último nivel. Vale. ¿Te gusta mucho Twinsanity? Yo también. No es mi favorito, pero creo que es mi segundo favorito. Sí. Okay. Lost a little bit of time. But yeah, Crash Bash runs are still alive, but not to the same point that they were like 10 years ago. 10 years ago was really the golden age of Ash. Crash Nitro Kart. Man, the fucking camera. Mi favorito es Crash Nitro Kart. Claro, porque la gente no sabe que me encanta Crash Nitro Kart. Porque no lo juego en stream. Aparte de una vez. Following Twinsanity runs. Crash 2 is, I mean, I wouldn't say it's active, but Stu is running Crash 2. I don't know about the rest of the trilogy. I think Tet is still doing Crash 1. I don't know if anybody's still doing Crash 3. Twok is alive and well. Since it's broken enough to have some crazy strats. Yeah. Twok's still alive, yeah. Twinsanity is probably the most dead out of all the games that I mentioned, except Crash 3. Like, there's... Twinsanity is like... El Crash que menos me gusta. Crash Boom Bang. Titanes, pues, no me gusta, pero no tanto como Crash Boom Bang. But yeah, you feel like you see it pop up a bit. It depends. But Twinsanity rarely has multiple people. Like, I know me and Dio... me and Dio are, like, usually the ones that are the most active and sometimes sustain. And on very rare occasions, Kylie. But Twinsanity is not very active. The last time it was actually active was when Joe was running. Otherwise, it's always been, like, 2-3 people. When Kylie and I were racing to be the second person to sub 110, because Xbox was starting to become the mainstay. There's usually nothing, yeah. And then like, Joe came back briefly, but then he stopped. Am I playing on modded OG Xbox? Soft modded. And then, like, me and Dio were fighting for any percent. Noah came back briefly, but he stopped because he said he couldn't compete with me. Joe stopped because he didn't want to switch to OG Xbox. Do you guys allow hard modded? We never discussed it. I would say it depends. We don't know if it affects the game. Soft modded we allow perfectly fine. If you would run aprender español, llevo 17 años. An SSD? I play off of an SSD. Y buenas, ¿cómo andas? I mean, I play off of an SSD, not for load times, but because I'm very clumsy. And I was like, I need to do... I'm like very clumsy, and I didn't want to break the hard drive, so I put in an SSD. 17 años, sí. Very worth it with the new BIOS. I just have standard BIOS. I don't have anything new on it. Y sí, es que empecé a aprender español cuando tenía 14 años. Pero es que no es que todo el tiempo estaba aprendiendo español, pero es que tened en cuenta que pues es que había... Whoa. What was that? Just subscribed. Hang on a second. Gracias por la sub. Thanks for the sub, but... de YouTube. Okay. I understand now. That needs to be changed. No me gustan las notificaciones de follow, seguidores, etc. Pero no he hecho nada de las notificaciones de YouTube. Así que tengo que arreglarlas. Pero sí, es que hace unos 5 años, desde hace 2014, en que no he aprendido nada, no había aprendido nada de español. La mayoría de... ¿Cómo se dice? Pues es que he aprendido la mayoría de mi... ¿Cómo se dice? Conocimiento de español, supongo que puedo decir. Era de 2020 ahora mismo. O sea, hasta ahora mismo. Transfer up to... Damn, that's nice. Mine, my SSD is only like 250 gigs. It's not a very good one, but it's like just the one that works. I didn't do any modding or anything, except, you know, the standard stuff. Pues también, por cierto, no tengo ninguna familia hispanohablante. Lo he aprendido por autodidacto. En español. Así que... soy el único que sabe español en mi familia. Y no vivo en una región en que hay muchos hispanohablantes. Este coche, imagínate. Lo que me hace gracia es que mucha gente a veces me pregunta ¿de cuál parte eres de español? De España. Pero no soy de España. Claro que no soy de España, soy de los Estados Unidos. Soy angloparlante. Aunque soy angloparlante, trilingüe, pero soy angloparlante. No. Ni de Atlanta, ni de Chicago. Soy de Ohio. En un pueblo en que no hay hispanohablantes. No hay nada. Because you named your goofy bot to Dino as a prank. That's crazy. Bot impersonation, that's actually crazy. And I bet you they're not gonna unban it because stupid reasons. Es muy natural, muy nativo de España, sí. Pues que tengo un, ¿cómo se dice? Never really seen a bilingual stream. It's kind of cool, yeah. Pues ¿cómo se dice? Tengo una habilidad, tengo una habilidad genética en que, y es de mi madre, en que puedo imitar acentos. Es que cuando, en su infancia, mi madre ha adoptado un acento de francés cuando estaba aprendiendo francés. Aunque ya perdió el conocimiento de francés, pero todavía se queda el acento. Entonces, tengo la misma habilidad en español y japonés. My family is not Spanish speaking, no. I am the only person that speaks Spanish in my family. So the thing is that I learned basically on my own, and I have a really good accent because I have an ability that's genetic that came from my mom's side of the family, where, like, when my mom was in high school, she was learning French, and while even now she completely lost the French, she still has the accent. So, and she had a perfect French accent. And for me, it's kind of the same in Spanish and slightly in Japanese, but not entirely. Like, because I don't practice Japanese enough, my accent isn't perfect. But in Spanish, my accent is very close to being perfect. You could still tell, but, especially because, like, if you listen to my grammar is not native. I do sound a bit like an English speaker when I speak in Spanish. But also at the same time, like, several of my friends just say, like, listen, the thing is that you do sound like you actually learned Spanish and not just some random person that was picking it up. Even in your grammar, it's just that you make the mistakes of somebody who's a B2 speaker. Pues sí, así que tengo la misma habilidad en japonés, pero no tanto como español, porque no lo practico tanto como español. Español, obviamente, pues es que en mis streams hablo en español cuando hay hispanohablantes. En japonés no, porque es muy difícil leer los kanji. Es que sé la mitad de los kanji, pero no es suficiente para leer japonés. Así que normalmente no hablo en japonés, pero sí, soy B1 en japonés. Puedo hacer conversación. O sea, yo digo, puedo conversar en japonés. Pero obviamente no tanto como español, porque español soy B2, casi C1, depende de cuál aspecto, pero ya sabéis. But yeah, I do bilingual streams. That's why it's EN-ES. Because the thing is I speak and I understand enough Spanish to be able to just say, like, anybody can come into my chat and speak in Spanish or English, and it doesn't really matter. Japanese is a little different because I'm only able to read about 1,000 kanji, so I struggle with reading. But I am at a level where I'm capable of having conversation. It's just a little rusty. Which is why I don't exactly advertise that I speak Japanese. Few different cultures, yeah. I mean, as somebody who studies languages and I want to be a language teacher, I allow for whatever language I can understand. But that's the thing, is that it's mostly like whatever I can understand. If I can't understand the thing, or if I'm not confident in understanding the language, I tell people no, even if I could, like, guess what the person's saying. Because the thing is that it's not fair, because in the case that there's sarcasm or, like, you know, things that have subtext that I wouldn't understand, I can't moderate it. So, like, say somebody could say something very sarcastic and be very mean, but I can't catch it because I don't understand sarcasm in the language. So, like, somebody could be, say, discriminated against, or being judged or isolated in some kind of way, and I wouldn't be able to catch that. Now, in Spanish, I can. In Japanese, I can. It's obvious to me, but I also speak those languages. Like, I'm A1 in Russian. I'm close to B1 in French and Italian, but I still can't get those subtexts. So I usually keep those... I usually, like, ask people to keep those to a minimum unless I specifically ask for something. Yeah. I do want to have a bot that translates my speech into Spanish and Japanese, so that way other people can kind of have access to what I'm saying when I say it. But the problem is that none of the bots are good enough unless I pay for them. Or I make one myself, and I don't know how to program. I mean, it wouldn't be for text, because that would flood the stream. What it would actually be would be just you would see what I'm saying on screen, even if I'm speaking in a different language. And there's two advantages to that, if it's good enough. One of those advantages, which is kind of nice, is that chatters who are from those areas will be able to talk. And I can also, like, say, if I really want to just do a Spanish-only stream, it's not going to be limited to people who only speak Spanish. And say, because in the coming months, I'm going to be trying to really push hard on Japanese, because I really, really need to, I need to improve my Japanese a lot. I could do Japanese-only streams. And then, people could still understand me. Because a big way that I got really good at Spanish was because I used it. Ah, por cierto, es que... Lo que implementé para practicar español es hablar en mis streams en español. Es muy útil para aprender un idioma, o sea, no para expander el conocimiento, pero para implementar lo que conoces, lo que sabes. Porque normalmente cuando hablas en un idioma, ¿verdad? Lo que te falta normalmente es las conexiones, los vínculos para hablar. Pues que normalmente sabes más que te das cuenta. Sabes más que te das cuenta. Pero es difícil, ¿cómo se dice? Meterse la información, meterse las conexiones para hablar. No sé exactamente cómo se dice en español, pero es que diría en inglés acceso. Tener acceso. Have access to. Tener acceso de la información. You happen to be a programmer. You'll suss out how much of a struggle it'd be to get something like that going. Sounds like something that could be very useful, and no promises, but you're interested in it conceptually. listen, man, if you can make a bot, and, like, here's the thing, right? As somebody who knows languages quite well, the best thing you could do, because this would be extremely useful, is have somebody who is capable of seeing exactly how good or how bad that bot is. Because if you can verify that it is really good, going both ways, like going back and forth and whatnot with other languages, you could make a decent amount of money, especially if it's like really cheap. Like say $1 a month or something. You could get a lot of people taking that bot, and you could advertise it to people who are bilingual. Specifically people who are bilingual or trilingual. And you would make a lot of money off of that, I think. I know several people who would be interested in that. Myself included. Who speak the language? Languages, yes. Because I'll be honest with you, I would invest in it. It's something that I kind of need in order to expand stuff. It will allow me to do a lot of stuff. No, I'm not. Tu torta ahogada, joder. Me echo de comer tortas ahogadas, joder. ¿Sabes qué? ¿No le gustan tortas ahogadas sin? ¿Pero cómo? Tienen buena pinta. Joder. From playing more STS2? Damn. Looking stuff, but just for fun, yeah. ¿Sí? ¿En serio? You beat the game in your first 2 runs? Damn, crazy. Me encantó torta ahogada. Sin is weird, yes. Personal enjoyment, yeah. Eventually, I'm gonna look into that, and I want to look into that soon. Pues que no eres de Guadalajara, ¿verdad? Así que tiene sentido. Holy shit. Del estado, pa. Ah, con razón, güey. Donde estuve, joder. That looks fast. Eh. Does this run have any luck? I don't know. I PB'd today. I PB'd earlier today. Where are these damn rats at? I reacted pretty well to that. Solo he probado las carnitas. Con salsa muy picante. Creo que era de habanero. Pero no estoy seguro. De la buche... No las he probado. La de lengua. Alex, sí. A mí me da asco comer carne de lengua. Chile quebrado. Es de corazón. Ugh. Tongue, ugh. Me da asco. No es común que venden de corazón. Sí.
Me, fresh meat for my pot.
No. 2, 3, 4. Y ya. Ok. La de carnitas sí. Tienen buena pinta. O sea, es lo que se dice en España. Tiene buena pinta. 2, 3, ok. 1, 2. Ya. 1, 2. 1, 2. No, me cago en la... Me cago en Dios, tío. Joder. Muy temprano. Perdí un segundo. You play this game enough to appreciate good movement. But High Seas is so clean. Well, see, the thing is that I practiced so much. And plus, like, I mean, nobody matches my movement.
Tell us where the treasure is and
Let you go.
silence.
I think I'm losing time here.
Rio, get changed.
Oh, get changed. Uno, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. One, 2, 3, 4. Mi 1, 2, 3. Es que normalmente encuentro algunos movimientos. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to lose this mask. Does getting hit there do anything? Not really. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. I mean, I need to lose my mask. One, 2, 3, 4. So what my understanding of the manip is that I am making him bounce higher. Or make him bounce earlier. That's the idea, is I'm making Brio bounce earlier so that way he leaves earlier. That's the idea, but I don't know exactly how it works, or if it's like worth doing, or if like I lose time in certain spots. I don't know yet. It's relatively new. I know it saves time though. Depending on where it is, it saves time. And I lost time. I think it's because of the last one. I think the last one is slower. His last jump, I think, is slower. Yeah, this is... I'm gonna get this at 4:48, and then I'm gonna lose a little bit of time here, which is fine. Ooh. You thought it was new? Ever seen that Brio strat? Yep, I found it the other day. By accident. I saved time with it. I saved time with it, in my PB. But I am going to be losing time. Off of my PB. Let's see here. Yeah, this is pretty slow.
Made a few modifications here and there. Quickly, to my private dirigible. Set a course for Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil.
Lo que me da sorpresa es que mucha gente no sabe que sea español. Does the spin damage as well? Or is it just smaller? No, it like... Aw, you fuck-ass bitch. It just depends on the enemy. Wait, why is this 343? It's not, it shouldn't be 343. Uh-oh. That's a little too fast. I don't know if I can get 343. This is really slow. Damn it. Fuck me in the ass. Que habla poquito español. Imagina. Ah, fine. That run sucked anyways. I need to adjust the time for this. Edit splits. Unlucky? Pretty much. That is definitely not supposed to be that close. 45 or 47? Let's do 45. I think that might be fine. And then I can set this to 6, and then, yeah, that should be fine. Why do I pause doing the trick? So, my load times are really fast. So the reason why I pause is because, I'm trying to clip crash into the wall. With the body slam. If crash doesn't clip through the wall, I won't load the area. It's because my loads are way too fast. Yeah, 724 is fine to compare against. I should be able to get at least a 715. I should be able to get at least a 715 in Antagony. If I get a 715 in Antagony, like, it's fine. I win. Understandable, have a nice day, yeah. If you're playing on an emulator, you don't need to do the pause buffer strat. If you're playing on disc, you also don't need to do the pause buffer strat. You just do the strat everybody else does. I have to do it that way because my loads are just too fast. But if I don't play on SSD, then the boat is slower, and I have to pause before going to before the final chunk in Antagony. And I also can't do the death abuse and the airship quickly. Pausing on PS2 load faster. I mean, pausing in at certain points, yes. But one of the things pausing does is it does kind of, it speeds up some loads and then it slows down others. So, like, what you're supposed to do for anything other than playing on Xbox on SSD is you're supposed to be on the ground so that way the Amberley arena loads, and then you need to jump in a way where you go over the gap, but you go over the gap, but at the same time the arena is still loaded when you get back into the range to load. The problem is that on SSD this is subframe perfect. You need to be position perfect. Otherwise, it will deload as soon as you cross the wall. So you have to basically, like, frame perfectly time when it loads the arena, and then also you have to cross it with, like, the lowest amount of jump height possible. And if you fail it once, you soft lock. Which would mean that I would have to do a subframe perfect trick halfway through the run. While, yes, it would save me... Do you need to pause on PS2? No. Not for AoE skip. You can't do the fast death on the airship on PS2 without pausing. And it doesn't really save time anyways. On PS2, you also have to pause to load the chunk after nut skip. You also have to pause on the boat, because the boat takes time. And you have to pause... You also have to pause, at the end of Antagony, because the final chunk is not gonna load in time by the time you get there. This is... Most of these also apply to Xbox on disc, except for this load right here. This loads instantaneously on Xbox on disc. Everything else doesn't. And yes, that includes the boat. But the difference is that on PS2, the boat is actually gated. You have to be on the boat for at least a couple of seconds on PS2. On Xbox, the boat is not gated. So if you pause, you can actually fully skip the boat animation. It doesn't save time, though. But if you're on faster hardware, like on emulator, for example, it will load faster. Like, the boat is almost non-existent on emulator. On Xbox. And in my disc PB, I had the fastest possible load you can get for AoE skip. Boat is weird on Xbox. That's only on SSD. What is the purpose? It was to load everything, and I think on PS2, it had the potential to crash if it loaded too fast. But it doesn't do that on Xbox for whatever reason. This is quite slow, by the way. I'm behind by like a second. I'm not really sure why. I think my movement was just bad. Either that or I split early, which is possible. I do not know how I did that. Oh, you bitch! That's not good. I mean, I could still make the cycle, but I lost a bunch of time, unfortunately. Because what matters is this cycle, and it loads once I enter the, ¿Se ve divertida? Depende. Buenas tropitaz. ¿Cómo andas? Nah, perdí muchos segundos. Algunos 3 segundos, creo. Yeah, I lost way too much time. He logrado un PB en una run casi perfecta, pero oh, thanks for the sub. I will be doing a subathon soon, where, by the way, the subathon ideas are finished, mostly. I have to do some touching up. So, no tiene trucos, tantos trucos difíciles. Depende. So basically, here's the deal. Day one is gonna be totally crash. You can do, you will be able to change what run I do depending on subs and bits and whatnot. Day 2 is gonna be Crash and Halo, because I didn't know where to fit Halo. Day 3 will be Sonic. Day 4 will be Spyro. And then after that, it will be kind of combinations of things. Like, I have, one of the sub-goals is, for example, 511%, which is getting 100%, or doing the completion categories for the first 5 Crash games. So, Crash 1, 2, 3, Twalk, and Twins. One of them is Gen 6 Sprashfecto, where I'm gonna do Twalk, Twins, Spyro Enter the Dragonfly, and A Hero's Tale. 100% categories. Twalk content on the horizon? Yes. One of them is just Twalk 106%, but that's because Twalk 106 takes me like 3-4 hours. One of the days is a voice acting improv stream for half of it, and the other half I haven't decided yet, where I will have several characters that you can, like, make me do, and depending on, like, certain things, you may be able to have me, I mean, I'll have multiple voices interacting with each other, but I will also have the ability to, like, give each particular character an assigned theme, and I have to improv off of each character, so I'm basically, like, doing that, which, I mean, honestly, sounds pretty cool, but I'm not sure if I can sustain that for more than a couple of hours. Because, since I'm still not recovered from being sick, my voice isn't exactly, capable of doing voice acting for more than a couple of hours. One of the things you could do is have me do a no reset run of something while doing commentary in character. And one is, like, doing it with 2 characters, which is the maximum, which means I will basically be doing runs while also having 2 characters commentating and interacting with each other, and the chat at the same time. That is not going to be very easy. That's going to be very difficult. But the main idea of it is essentially, like, for the most part, I will be doing speedrunning and grinding, and then you can just, like, give me money to say, hey, do this category instead. There's gonna be a couple of ground rules with that, though, which I haven't figured out how many resets matter. Because, like, say, for example, when do I plan for this? The earliest that I'll be doing this is after the 20th. It may be the 23rd because I have plans on the 22nd. The only thing about the subathon is that I will not be doing 24 hours. Like, the streams will be strictly 16... The streams will strictly be, like, 16-hour streams, at most. I will also have to give myself Fridays off or Saturdays, depending on how things go, because I do need at least some time to myself. And I'm planning on capping it for 2 weeks in the case that I am too successful. I will post all of the details. I'm gonna fix a couple of things for, I'm gonna fix a couple of things for the next week. Because, like, I have most everything decided. And I will post all of the stuff on my Discord, and I will also make a YouTube community post explaining all the stuff. Another thing I have to figure out is how YouTube's gonna work with this, but the only thing I really get from YouTube is Super Chats. I don't have memberships or anything because there's no point. But, the biggest rule that I have is that, all subs will count as $5. Doesn't matter where you are. Like, say, if you're from Latam, most of those subs do not actually count as $5, but in the, like, the grand scheme of things, I thought, like, I can include, but the conversion, I don't really care. I will treat Super Chats just like tips, which you can also send tips. So, like, the whole idea is basically, like, subs will always equal $5, no matter what. Bits are going to be exactly what bits are. Conversions do not matter. I don't care. It's gonna be way easier to add stuff just by making things simpler. Tree Super Chat's exactly the same as, a Treat Super Chat's the same as, what's it called, as tips or bits. And, like... Damn. EORH, thanks for the raid. You're just in time for nut jail. Yeah, welcome raiders. But yeah, most of the ideas, and congrats on PB, thanks Stu. Just in time for New World Record. W. Yo, Flexion. Thanks for the good luck, Rach. Yeah, I'm really... That run was really sad because, like, the entire run other than AA was, like, close to perfect. Yo, Jet, thanks for the good luck. Hey. Yeah, I hope your stream went well. I was just discussing subathon stuff. It's basically finished now. I just have to do some finishing touches and then I'll post stuff. It will be announced on Discord and YouTube. Okay, I can accept that. Stu, my king. I'm kind of surprised that I got a really good run because, like, I went to bed super late last night. Oh shit, it's Mr. Man. Thanks for the good luck. Mr. Man is fucking everywhere, dude. Everybody knows this guy. More people know him than I do. Well, wishes? Let's hope so. Yo, Sci-Fi Hobo. Mr. Man is in more chats than me, which is kind of scary because, like, you find me everywhere. I literally just pop up in places people don't realize, like, I'm, like, everywhere. I'm almost at the point where I can read chat while doing mountain skip. I don't like this. Currently in your walls? True. Ain't no way. I mean, this one isn't as slow as the last high seas I was on. You feel you know Mr. Man's name? Yep, he's pretty big in Sly and Rack, I think? Or known there. High seas, true. Man, fuck off. Oh, yeah, come on, man. You bastard! Might learn Sly. Sly's probably a good run. I am always... Rat bastard, true. I am always going to be a proponent to say that everybody should try learning Twinsanity. The barrier for entry is unfortunately quite high, as you can ask Superior and Flowers. And Stu. But I can assure you, it is worth getting good at this game. Game fucking sucks, don't try it, imagine. Yeah, it's not that bad, it's just hard. My movement's bad. Makes sense. Went to bed at 3 and I woke up at like 9. Which are times when I never go to bed or wake up. So I'm a little sleep deprived. Ba-ba-da-bow, fuck my ass, da-da-da. Like that it's hard because it feels like a skill issue, so you don't even get mad. This is true. I do recommend anybody that likes to run difficult games should give this game a try. However, you are going to be in for a lot because the game, I mean, it gets easier the better you get. But at the same time, the better you get, the more you have to implement bullshit. But of course, one thing you probably will never have to worry about is getting stuck in nut jail like this, because the only reason why I'm resetting is just the start. Yep, that'll do it. That'll absolutely do it. There's a reason why the, and it was very humbling. Yeah, there's a lot of skills involved. That doesn't mean, like, there's a common misconception that speedrunners are like god gamers. We are not. We gain very specific sets of skills that allow us to play and do certain things better than most people. But it's only certain things. Like, there are very few people who are actually good at games. Like, I am naturally good at platformers, and I'm very good at reading cycles because of the skills that I have attained. So I can play platformers, particularly 3D platformers, at a much faster pace than most people. However, at the same time, I am no better than like a beginner at games like fighting games. I'm not naturally good at every video game that I play. I'm actually fairly bad at a lot of games. FPS games, I'm like mid FPS games, I'm mid-range. Because I played a lot of Halo, and I played with a lot of people who are really good. So, like, I'm very middle of the road. However, one of the things I'm really good at, and probably, like, isn't gonna be a surprise to a lot of people, is that when I play FPS games, while I'm not as good at aiming, I'm very good at strategy, and, I can trap people really easily. I remember, one time when I was playing Destiny online, back when I was playing Destiny. And the thing is like, the thing is that we were playing in an elimination game mode, and my entire team was gone. Their entire team was still there. And what I did was I lured everybody into a house where basically they could only come in one at a time, and I picked everybody off except one guy who popped his super. Or, like, say, a lot of times when people play FPS games and they get behind cover, they're like, oh, I'm gonna be really smart and pop out the other side. Or it's like, oh, I'm gonna be really smart and jump over it. And it's like, dude, I know exactly what you're fucking doing. I know what you're doing. I know exactly what you'll do. Because most people aren't smart enough to outsmart me. So it's like, and they always get mad, like, how the fuck did you know that? It's like, dude, I can read common tactics like a fucking book. You have to be smart to beat me. But I don't have great aim. So I'm good at team FPS games, but I'm not good at... I don't have great aim. So, like, I suffer in certain areas, and I'm good in others. But that's the thing as well. I don't have a competitive... I don't really feel very competitive. So... I used to be very competitive. I'm not competitive. I don't really care if somebody's better than me, and I don't care if somebody beats me. But the thing is like, because of that, I don't really care for multiplayer games because it doesn't do anything for me anymore. I don't care if I lose. I care about having fun, but a lot of people only care if you win or lose, and that makes a lot of multiplayer games very not fun. But also, while I'm pretty good at, like, FPS strategy, I am not very good at actual strategy games. I'm horrible at that. This game is all about having the knowledge, yeah. I'm always, like... knowledge is always something that I am good at doing, or good at having. Problem is that just because I have knowledge doesn't mean I can execute. So, like, this is kind of where, say, like, the competitive aspect of me dies. Because the only thing I really care about when I'm doing runs is doing the best that I can and pushing the game and myself to my limits. And once those are reached, I don't care. I should have died. So, like, when it comes to, you know, Twinsanity, that is pretty much the whole reason why you see that I'm still running despite the fact that nobody's fighting. Nobody's close. I like pushing the game to its limit as much as I can do. And then once I'm done, well, it's done. I lost an entire second because of my bad movement earlier. But yeah, I'm pretty PvE oriented. At least you could get past Hub 1. Yeah. That was almost bad. Okay. I went around the long way. This bastard. I didn't really lose much time to that, though okay, I almost died. Long way. Yep. The only thing that really matters now is just making it to this platform. Oh, fuck. Or just letters. Imagine. Ba-dum, 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 boo. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, 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 bum. This is very slow. This high seas was very slow. Neo Master Stick, thanks for the good luck. Ooh. Jeez. It's because of that damn, checkpoint. I mean, it's whatever.
Yummy, fresh meat for my
2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Oh, come on. Jeez. Fuck. I almost did the slide jump there, even though I don't want to go for it. I'm gonna go for the next slide jump. I don't go for this one usually. I don't usually go for that slide jump, and I save time. Okay, save the time back. I don't usually go for that slide jump. That slide jump is scary.
The rats are leaving the sinking
Ship.
Tell us where the treasure
Treasure is. And
let you
go.
Silence. Looks like we'll have to wring it out of him. Rio, get changed.
Bro, put the wrong one. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. You have to put nutite, not nut me up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Two, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Fuck. Now you can do my nut. Actually, you know what? There we go. One, two, three, four. Facing my fears today? Maybe. Boing, ribbit.
Come along! To the Psychotron!
Okay, that's fine.
You monster! Let my brother go!
My crystals!
That's average. There we go. Peak emotes, yep.
Perky here. Must be repaired, and only one person can help. My niece, Nina Cortex. Isn't she delightful? Obviously, I've made a few modifications here.
And there. Quickly, to my private dirigible. Set the course for Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil.
Come along!
Are you fucking kidding me? You're fucking joking, dude. How many seconds am I losing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds.
Are in detention.
Madam Amberley!
So, crybaby Cortex is all gone up. I see you found employment as a barber.
I'm an evil scientist!
A scientist, are we? To me, you'll always be a little bird.
I mean... I guess it's still possible, but like... Yeah, you shouldn't believe. I need a 714. I need a 714 to actually get the sub 2430. Unless I, like, do this part super fast. $540. Right, 543. Okay. Okay. Today I learned. I'm kind of mad because that arena entry was really fast. That was really fast. But I mean, that run was so fucking mid, and plus I also got the slow death too, which is another 3 seconds of time loss. It's like, I mean, the only tough split in this is Hub 3. I mean, Hub 2 is also tough, but it's not, like, bad tough. Like, Hub 2 is essentially, Hub 2 is, like, the kind of tough that I expect I can reach most of the time. Lost a second, so, the game just said no. Yeah, that happens. A common occurrence. Game just says no. He's gonna go to the right. I had to walk a little bit, so I lost a little more time. Huh, BB. Hub BB. Imagine. Okay, that's 2 raids today. Whoa. It's Sin. Ain't no way. How was your practice? Thanks for the raid. Welcome raiders. Bienvenidos. Para los que hablan español. Oh shit, it's my boy Iki. Aga BB. Okay, drop my jump, why don't you? Yo, Abdo, thanks for the good luck. Okay. Wagga. Okay, that is fine. I'm a little behind the cycle, but it's okay. I think I lost like half a second or something. Maybe a second. Buttosis. Yeah, I hope the stream went well, Sin. No. Abdo? Wait, what the fuck? Iki, you know Abdo? The fuck? At div fuck him, at div fuck him, at div fuck him. Hey div. Dude, like, everybody fucking knows each other. It's hilarious. Oh, he's an RE runner. Okay, that makes sense. Dude, like, everybody fucking knows each other. It's kind of crazy. I met a non-speedrunner that knew flowers the other day. Why was that faster? Why did he pull that out? Abdul got a fat PB. Let's go, dude. When's twins? Okay, for some reason, Engine threw that TNT super fast. Gotta tell me who it is. August Love Goddess, I think it was. In observers chat, you know, August, small world. Yeah, it's just random the kinds of people that you see and meet. W Abdul PB, I know, right?
Let me fresh meat for my pot.
Short, diagonal, double jump, boom, boom. There we go. What do you mean? What do you mean I didn't jump? Fuck you, game. Yo, Rexion. That was dumb. What's up? I PB'd today. But it's like... So I had basically a nearly perfect run up until the final level. And then I choked pretty hard. Like, I mean, I'm not even gonna lie, like, it was a near perfect run. I was like a second behind some of best for the whole fucking run. Up until, and I got a best seg in Hub 3, and I also got a best seg for Warp Skip. And then I got a really slow Antagony. Good luck today. We shall see. I did PB, but unfortunately, it was not the sub that I was looking for. How I'm doing? I mean, I'm okay. I had a pretty nice day yesterday. Had a little bit too much fun yesterday. Because, I was up until like 3 in the morning. Which is unusual for me. And then I woke up at 9. But yeah, I'm not comparing against my PB because there's no way in fucking hell I'm going to match it. Being like a second away from some of best all the way until Antagony is kind of ridiculous to run up against. I mean, I lost a little bit of time in AoE skip, but next run, imagine. Yo, Swiss roll. Been a while. Because of the band, imagine. Hey, this is pretty good movement. Okay. I fuck with this. Pretty clean. Pretty clean movement. Whoa. Okay. Nice. That one slide jump was really fucked. Or that one slide was fucked. That slide was also fucked. Okay. Pretty bad movement. Mountain skip is based. I'm starting to like it. Game almost dropped my jump. Oh, fuck off. Oh, come on! What do you mean, double? Fuck you. Yep, the game said fuck you. Same as the TAS? Not really. Why do you spin the mouse? Because it's not smart to leave them alive. Doing CTR, you're struggling to keep the drift boost. With CTR, you just have to time it. All of it is timing. It's a smart idea to use either Coco or Engine. They are the well, not the fastest, but they have the best stats. Is there a better skip? No. You always body slammed? Body slamming is slower. Because you have to actually go to that. Body slam is slower because you have to actually skip the cutscene. Otherwise, you lose a lot of time. In that room, you don't understand. Usually, camera manip or cutscene skips. The cutscene skip is you just need the door to shut. So you move to the left and touch a trigger that shuts the door, and then you have to just not touch the trigger, and then you could jump up, and the camera's always weird. Dingo Dial's difficult to control. Speed characters are just difficult to control. Halo. What about Hey Hi? Dingo Dial enjoyers are based. True. The unknowable beast that is the Twinsanity camera, I've dealt with worse. Used to be a Sonic speedrunner. Whoa, okay, that was a controllable slide jump, and I'm dead. What happens if you body slam on the nut for the skip? Nothing. Oh, I haven't been local recording. Local record, damn it. There you go. I was telling Flowers this when I was helping him learn some stuff, is like, Twinsanity is a constant battle. Crash will resist And he will literally punch you when you're down and not give a fuck. The only reason I'm so successful is because I literally get back up and punch him in the face. And I will continually punch him in the face until he listens. Because if you don't do that, he will get up and then punch you in the face until you go down, and then he'll laugh in your face. Twinsanity is a constant struggle. Think of it like you're in a boxing match. You just need to keep fucking punching and getting back up until the other party is down. Otherwise, expect to be punched. Like Kiryu, yeah. Kiryu is a very good example. Like, just keep getting back up and keep, like, punching things. Kiryu never killed anybody, by the way. Dame da ne, dame yo, dame nano yo. Anta ga suki de, suki sugite, dore dake, oh yeah. Tsuyoi sake. I always forget the rhythm of it. Akete mo. A que proveche. Superior. You're making food? Let's go, dude. Yeah, tacos. Fuck you. Onto. And there's not many Taco Bells. I think there's only Taco Bells in London. Today your ears were blessed. Imagine man speaks Japanese. That's crazy. Arienai. アメリカ人が日本語が話せる。その可能性はそのわけじゃねえよ。ありえねえよ。Imagine. You never want to go to London? Understandable. You want to get fucking shanked, yeah? You trying to get wet, bro? Oh, bottle of water. Japanese sounded so clean. I mean, I lived in Japan. I speak Japanese. I don't speak it as well as I speak Spanish, but I still speak Japanese. Are you... Come on, man. You did a British accent in a Kai for your class. How long did I live in Japan? 3 months. It was for an exchange program. Never mind, you're not doing the CTR. I'm doing CTR. You should do Crash Nitro Kart. Crash Nitro Kart is fun. That feel when everybody thinks that British people are just like, "Oh, you governor, you got some of them crumpets." I sure would like a spot of tea. I really like having biscuits with my tea. It makes me feel sophisticated. I'm so sorry for you, Flowers. You heard Nitro Kart is trash? I love Nitro Kart. Never had tea and you're British? That is an oxymoron. You just broke the universe, buddy. No, I know that British people never sound like that. I don't think it's because it's too similar to CTR. I think it's because people just like CTR's physics over CNK's. I prefer CNK's physics. And the tracks are way better. So, like, CNK tracks are just peak. You had tea with pizza, that's crazy. That is one of the most Japanese things I've ever heard. That reminds me of, like, when I was in the exchange program. And then the leader of the exchange program, for some reason I was sitting with him. I was at his table, and then he offered me some green tea, and I'm like, no, it's okay. I said this in Japanese, you know, yeah, daijoubu desu, and then he just begins pouring it. The problem. So here's the thing. I don't like tea. Problem. In Japanese, you're supposed to say no, it's okay when somebody offers you something. Especially if they are of a higher social status than you. So, I realized that I need to, like, not drink the tea or he'll refill the tea. I felt bad because it's like, well, the thing is I, feel obligated to do so. I learned very quickly that, like, unfortunately, my language skills were good enough to where the guy thought that I understood the customs and didn't understand I actually was trying to say I don't like tea. Hawaiian? Uh-oh. I think Flowers is on his way to be demodded from my channel now. That is diabolical. You don't do that to pizza. I'm calling the Italian police. Like, super popular in Britain? I don't fucking know. You should never ask a British person for food takes. You will always get L's. Experience in Balkan countries? You're Australian? I mean, Americans, we also don't have that much OG food. We have our, obviously we have the things that we're good at, like burgers. I have never had a good burger outside of the United States. When I mean, I haven't traveled that much, but it's like, I don't get good burgers. I think the best burger I tasted, I mean, I've been to Canada, I've been to Japan, and I've been to Mexico. The best burger outside of America that I've had was in Mexico. And it was still, like, our equivalent, the lowest grade kind of beef you can get. Like, the kind of stuff you would buy at the supermarket when you're desperate. because it's that low quality, but it's also that cheap. Even our, like, mid-grade burgers are better than any other place, even if you don't cook it that well. Pizza doesn't really matter. I had Little Caesars in Mexico. It's about the same as what we get in the US. It's just bread, but worse. Fair. I eat a lot of pizza. I had pizza in everywhere but Canada that I've been to. And the thing is like, I mean, most of the pizza that I had in Japan was actually Italian pizza. Which I still distinctly remember I told the Europeans, I will eat this like an American, and they laughed at me. They were right. I had to use a knife, and I had to use a fork and knife. In the US, no. I was in Japan, and it was Italian pizza. You don't eat Italian pizza with your hands. You have to use a fork and a knife. Because, like, what we generally think of pizza, is not pizza. It's a specific type of pizza. I've understood it as American pizza, but, I mean, fork and knife for pizza, yes. Because Italian pizza, you have to use a fork and a knife, trust me. Like, I tried. I fucking tried. Yeah, Italian pizza, not a normal pizza. I wouldn't use fork and knife for normal pizza. I'm not dumb. But, like, for an Italian pizza, yeah. But we don't have Italian pizza here in the... I've never seen one anyways. At least where I'm at. I'm sure there's places, especially in New York. But yeah, like, they don't generally have sauce. So it's not exactly something that's, like, big enough for you to grab with your hands. You have to, like, cut it into pieces, and then you have to eat it with a fork. If you've never had Italian pizza, like, here's the thing. The difference between pizza and Italian pizza is like then what is the point of the corners? Are here to hold it? I don't know. But here's the thing. The difference between pizza and Italian pizza is like the difference between real ramen and the kind of ramen you buy at the store. The thing is that it's called the same thing, and it's in the same form factor. It's not the same thing. It is absolutely not the same thing. They're just different foods. A lot of people call them fake. It's not fake, it's just a different thing. It's like, if you call, like, the difference between hard shell tacos and soft shell tacos, they're just different foods. Though I will specifically call, hard shell tacos fake tacos, because I fucking hate those things. Give me the soft ones. Make me a burrito. Burritos. I'm pissed. An Italian pizza is more like just a pie. Italian pizza is like a very dry pie. That's not a tortilla, that's a tostada. Why has Sin become so washed? Because he hates all of us. He only cares about the money. He only cares about the fame. That's why he only talks to Trevelyan. He doesn't talk to us. We are peons. He hates us. That's why he only practices. He never does runs. He doesn't even like Snoopy. I know, I was shocked too when I found out. Oh my fuck, can you let me out of Hub 1? Please? Holy shit, game. Sin, he's not here, so he's not fighting back. See, old Sin would never speak Spanish. And he would also fight Zoo for world record. They replaced him, it's a psyop. That's not Sin. They brainwashed him. They brainwashed him when he took physics. Learning German, but he only learned one quote. Imagine. Come on, dude. He changed his whole personality. Oh, shit. It's not him anymore. Dude, I can't get good Hub 1s anymore. The game is saying no. This is the Hub 2 run. Yes, but it's slow. It's not even a 123 boat, it's a 124 boat. A low 124 boat, but still a 124 boat. I don't like 124 boats. 124 boats are slow. Look at this garbage movement, dude. At least I'm in Hub 2. I was pretty far to the left there. Ooh, whoa. Okay. Game is trying its fucking hardest to kill me. Alright, cool. Almost failed that. Neat. Here we go. Slide jump, slide jump, slide jump. I lost like half a second to slow movement. Good movement. There we go. I'm gonna have to give myself a little bit of room here. Please don't hit me. Thank you. Okay, there we go. I read that correctly. I'll wait a little bit. There we go. Where is he at? Okay. I thought I could do that. I don't like getting that moonwalk there. But unfortunately, I had to check to see if I could make it across the gap, and I couldn't. So, back to Nut. It's been 3 hours. No, it's been 2 hours. Not tight. Oh yeah, face cam is gonna happen soon. And then face cam will be permanent. That's gonna be part of the subathon. It's like, oh hey, you know, earn face cam is there permanently. Instead of crotch cam, because honestly crotch cam was just difficult to like set up. Because like the whole issue with crotch cam was just like so many things. Like, because I move around, the basement's a little warped too. My chair doesn't have a thing to make it stop moving. I always am moving. Plus, I am a person that just moves a lot anyways. Explain crotch cam. Crotch cam is input, like controller cam. Having to stay in the same place was basically impossible. Feet cam, no. Can you, like, land on the fucking thing, please? Another one of these, like, low 124s. Yeah, it was difficult because I had all these fucking wires and shit. Oh, that was a 123? How's that a 123 boat? By the way, it's about 0.8 seconds between landing on the boat and the fade out. I always count the boat, but I split on fade out because it lets me focus on landing on the boat. Just beautiful movement, eh. Okay. Okay. I mean, to be fair, this is a category that, like, basically any mistake costs a second. So you can almost count the amount of mistakes I make based on how much time I lose off of best segs. Is every single mistake costs a second, approximately. There's a few that only cost half a second. Most of those mistakes are movement only, but actual mistakes cost like a second. 1, 2, I need to stop. 1, 2. I read that like a fucking book. Okay. Based. Where's that fucker at? Okay. Now this is a pretty good high seas. I don't need that long jump. I'm cycle gated here, so I don't need to care. Okay. No! I was too far forward. Want to ask if I have a favorite flavor of ice cream? My favorite flavor of ice cream is mint chocolate. My second favorite is Rocky Road. Man, I wanted to see if I was gonna save time with that. Oh well. The high seas was so fucking clean. It was okay. I mean, it was definitely better than average. People don't like mint because they say it tastes like toothpaste. I don't understand it. I like mint flavor. People who don't like mint can't be trusted, understandable. I got made fun of a lot when I was in Japan because because I love chocolate mint, and then they were always like, dude, like, do you like the taste of toothpaste? I'm like, no. It was the same thing. I would also get made fun of because I don't drink coffee, I don't drink tea, and I don't drink alcohol. Like, I drink water, milk, and hot chocolate. I mean, I also like fruit juice. I drink fruit juice. But, like, a lot of people thought I was childish. And I guess going off of the guy that said that I sounded like a high schooler, I guess thematically accurate? I don't fucking know. Worst part being somebody thought I sounded like I was a high schooler when I am twice the age of fucking high schoolers. Damn it, I lost my speed. I guess that's sort of such a weird thing. It's more it's more common in places like Japan where there's a collectivist society where everybody is kind of expected to like the same things and stop liking the same things when they reach a certain age. It's pretty common when you're in a collectivist society. Rebellions against them are also quite common. But generally not out in the open. I didn't care. The thing is I don't really care. I like sweets. I like water and I love milk. I do draw the line at juice boxes, though. I don't like juice boxes. I mean, I have a lot of, like, more childish preferences. I mean, it is what it is. So, by the way, if I end up getting the 24-2X today, or tomorrow, it's probably either going to be today or tomorrow that I get it. Because, like, if I'm... if I'm getting into AoE and then doing pretty well, I think there's a good chance I'll get into, I'll actually get the 24-2X soon. After I get it, I will announce the subathon officially in Discord, and I will also make a community post on YouTube. Of course, I'll also be open to feedback of saying, like, hey, maybe you should make this change or whatever, or add this or whatever. And I might add it, or I might not. I know that I did want to add Halo into it. This is slow for some reason. This is quite slow, but I mean, it's the first Hub 1 I've had where I didn't have any major mistakes, so I'm gonna take it. This is like a mid to a high 123. I almost jumped too early for that. I almost didn't have the speed to make that. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at chat. Okay. I hit the wall by accident. Where is bro going? He's going that way. Yeah. Low 123. The fact that this isn't even, like, in the top 100 is kind of insane. Because back when I was doing, any percent, I think I was getting, like, high 123s most of the time. And now, like, I'm pretty consistently getting low 123s, which is kind of insane. There we go. That's tight movement. Of it is crazy, yeah. Fuck. Same brain cell, imagine. I lost like half a second to bad movement there. I fucked up the movement pretty bad. Yeah, I lost about a half second-ish. Okay. I'm pretty far behind in the cycle. It's fine, though. Okay. I'm gonna lose a little bit of time, but... yeah, because see how long it's taking for this platform to go down. Okay. Now we get to see if this actually... okay. Now we get to see if this saves time. 407 still. Yeah. Oh. That was a 408. Not even in the fastest, 25%. Okay. Alright, I was losing time to what I was doing. Makes sense. There we go. Okay. If I did an extra slide jump there, I probably would have been fine. I'm gonna start going for that slide jump now. Save that extra time.
The rats are leaving the sinking ship. Tell us where the treasure is, and we'll let you.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1. Fuck. One, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. One, 2, 3, 4. Yo, really? Thanks for the good luck. This one does not save time. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's see here. I think the last time I landed at about 401. Yeah, I'm at about the same pace as last time.
To the Psychotron.
Why the fuck was I aimed all the way over there? Believer's well fed right now. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I got ceilinged, but it's fine. Okay. I mean, believing does nothing until, Believing does nothing until after Hub 3. Cutscenes are unskippable in Twins because skipping them would crash the game. No, that's not true. They just didn't they just didn't have the time to implement them. They were implemented at one point, actually.
And only one person can help.
Believing does nothing until after Hub 3.
Isn't she delightful?
All runs, expect all runs to be dead. You're pretty sure 100% has like one cutscene?
To my private dirigible.
I think there's more.
For Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil.
Any percent has one cutscene that you can skip, but we don't skip it.
Come along.
Because the time save is not worth it. Oh my fuck. Are you serious? At the very least, I had a good cycle, so I didn't lose that much time, but still, that's bullshit. Actually, any percent has 2 cutscenes. One is unskippable. I lost time there, too. Okay. Come on. Give me it. Give me... Fine. It's fine. Okay. Cortex!
Found us. To the airship. Quickly.
That's sad. I am not sure why Cortex wasn't there. I have no idea why Cortex wasn't there. I waited a sufficient amount of time. I lost about... Let me see here. How many pauses did I do? I did 7 pauses, I think. So I lost about 4 seconds to just having to do more pauses because I wasn't willing to sacrifice the time loss, which would have put me in that would have put me back on track for the sub 2430. I mean, I highly doubt that I'm gonna get... I highly doubt that I'm gonna get a run, like the PB that I got today. I don't know. If I do end up doing that, and I get a good antagony, like, I'm also going to be skipping the 24-2X. I get the 24-1X, the run is fucking insane, and then we all go home and say like, wow, that is probably the best Twins run that's ever going to happen. That is until Nutskip gets replaced. Once Nutskip gets replaced, we can I'll go back to doing a bunch of any percent grinding. Otherwise, like, trying to get a better time in any percent is not worth it. I could still get the sub 940 for sure. Is there a potential? We don't know. There are no leads. There are no ideas. There's nothing. Nothing works, and we can't do the pause buffer super slides. Not on Xbox. You can only do those on PS2. So anything is fully optimal. What if you bring the nut to the top of the fountain? What would that do? Nut skip is not up. I can't really optimize nut skip. Yeah, fountain is not near the chunk border. There, you'd have to fall for it. You'd have to fall into it. Doesn't make sense. The only way that I can see that would actually work would be jumping the gap somehow by gaining speed. My idea was somehow using the sled to gain speed. And then if you just have enough speed built up, you might be able to jump. You might be able to do a slide jump across the gap. Or a long jump. The problem is that the sled needs to disappear. And the problem is that at its fastest, you reach the other ledge in 25 seconds. But that's also if you do Giganut. Otherwise, you're basically just doing, what's it called? To me, it wouldn't matter if you would barely go faster than Nut Skip. Honestly, even if you, like, lost a second to it, I would still do it if it's consistent. Because the thing is if you could do it every time and I make it across the gap at 27 every time, I really don't care. Because my average when I do nut correctly is like a mid-26. It's like between a second and a half second, which is basically nothing. It would cut out about 50% of the resets. Because somewhere in the realm of like 50% of those resets, happen as a result of just the nut not working. And 75% of resets just happen in Hub 1. How are we doing? Well, PB, but not so great. Still not the sub. Almost died. That was some insane corner cutting. Also, fuck the bat. That angle's bad. Okay. I have to walk a little bit here. I got a proxy slide. Didn't save me any time. The bat blocks camera movement? Yes, the camera is an object. That was bad movement. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. Get your blood tested, imagine. No, what the? That was dumb. You forgetting stuff like that? Nobody knows that the bats can block the camera, though. It's never really been a thing. That's a very specific instance. Bro's probably just fatigued. I mean, you'll learn a lot about Twinsanity by watching me. Most people don't encounter the same things I do. And plus, most people, I mean, like, there's nobody that's anywhere near my level. So, okay, game. I don't know. I was so ready to reset there. Still a 123 boat. I mean, if you practiced enough in lab movement, you might. That that made a lot of sense, actually. Why I failed that. Most people's biggest what's it called? The reason why basically nobody comes close to me is because nobody really labbed movement. As far as I am aware, I'm the only person that really went hard on labbing movement. Really the only reason. Most people, like, and most people just kind of assume that, like, well, you know, Twins is just gonna work the way it is, and then I'll just like go with how I've been doing stuff. So a lot of people get stuck in their movement and don't know how to adjust to different movement placements. They don't know how to, like, do different slide jump lengths to be able to catch up or fall back a little bit to maximize movement. Most people don't know what angles to take. Most people don't know when it is appropriate to do a long jump or when it is appropriate to just do a slide jump off of a ledge. Like, I promise you, if you labbed this out yourself, you probably would be better than pretty much anybody else on the boards. One of the issues of the earlier gods was too much long jumping. Like Smarkin, Pool, Yeti was another one, where it was just like too many long jumps, too much flare, not enough actual movement, because long jumping actually is slower than slide jumping most of the time. It depends on where your slide jumps are. Like, I do long jumps essentially to allow myself to do more slide jumps. If I can't do more slide jumps, I walk. That was a stupid time loss. Is there a specific place to practice? Well, labbing is mostly just, like, understanding the things to do between point A and point B. Knowing how much space each slide jump takes or will take. And then knowing how to adjust it for each slide jump. Like, I mean, right here, for example, I do a long jump, and then I don't do a long jump here. And then I know exactly where I'm going to be. So that way, like right here, I run a little bit so I can go a little bit further, but I died there. Labbing movement, there's not really a specific place. You should just do it everywhere, and then understand all of the, like, little caveats that can happen between point A and point B, and then basically, like, understand, okay, I can add a long jump here, because that long jump will allow me to do more slide jumps later. A good example is exactly after that. Oh boy, bro's doing shadow. Ain't no way. You think you may slide jump too much? Not exactly. Slide jumping, you're supposed to slide jump, but also you need to know that, like, if you're trying to shove too many slide jumps into your movement, because a lot of times you want to do more spread out slide jumping, but then at some points in time, you need to know when not to do that. Because if you do that too much, then you won't make it to the destination where you need to be able to jump, or you need to be able to slide off of the ledge, or things like that. Like, for example, I do this even with here. It is not muscle memory. It's not entirely muscle memory, no. Yeah, it's just the shadow subset with all the endings is really hard. But no, it's a lot more than muscle memory. It's spatial awareness. If you do the same thing every single time, you will not get better. You have to know enough to be able to know how to adjust and react to all of the space. It's not just muscle memory. Like, there's levels of muscle memory, but muscle memory is not going to carry you. Most people that run twins do specifically muscle memory. I use a different type of memory that muscle memory does work with, but I use spatial awareness. I use spatial cues, judging distances, and all those other things. I know when I'm off my own line. I know when I should be off of my line. I know when I need to adjust my line. And I also know when, like right there, for example, if I did a slide jump too far, I would not have made it to the nut. I would have got on top of the nut, and I knew exactly what I needed to do. If I were going strictly by muscle memory and not paying attention to what's going on, I would have made that mistake. I'm reacting to most things that are happening in Twins. I'm not, like, just doing the same thing over and over again. That is a very common... Like, it's a bad habit to do that. It's a bad habit to always do the same thing every time. Like, you would think, because logically saying that it's muscle memory makes sense. In reality, it's not muscle memory. The muscle memory is reacting to the surroundings. Maybe I could call it, like, situational muscle memory. But I'm also, like, making a lot of my choices for every slide jump as I do the slide jump. based on where Crash is. Based on everything, basically. Including, like, dodging enemies, using knowledge. High Seas does use more of the muscle memory than Hub 1. Hub 1 has so many variables, you have to pay attention to it no matter what you're doing. Knowledge, yep. Knowledge is extremely important for speedrunning. So what I mean by labbing movement, is strictly that. Like, I can go down there and then get a little further in. And I'm trying to hit specific parts of the ground so I can hit that that phantom ledge. Because if I'm on the wrong spot, I won't get it. Here is a part where I usually try to extend most of my slide jumps, just not too much, because if I do, I'll hit the chunk load, and then I will lose a slide jump and I have to do another slide. Such detail, so this feels followable. Because the thing is my process is extremely, like, I am extremely aware of my process. Like here, I'm a little behind, but I knew I'm still gonna make that cycle. But if I, or make that ledge, but if I drop that ledge without slide jumping, it's fine, I just wait. Here, oh, I got a long jump. I need to do short slide jumps here. I don't usually get the long jump there. Like, I can talk about, if you want me to, I will, like, point out everything that I'm doing. Like, I'm adjusting my line here, and then I kind of, like, crapshoot this spin. I wait for the nut, and then I basically do that. I can use the down slopes sometimes, but the down slopes don't do that much. Because it doesn't matter. Won't I become too aware and lose? No, not really. I am very aware of most of what goes on. It's all the stuff that's happening in my head. I mean, for example, I'm waiting for Kevin to see if he's gonna do something. See, that was big time loss, but that's because Crash was, like, stuck. Then I have to kind of wait, and then... Okay, there we go. I usually jump early there, because it's easier to get the faster nut when you jump early. And I'm dodging the ceiling, so I don't, get too low of a slide jump so I don't die. I'm fine here with my movement, but I'm cutting the corner here. I have to do some short slide jumps to make it to the spot I need to be in. There we go. And then I jump up here, and then I'm making sure that I'm not gonna fuck up the ledge here. I do like I do 2 long slide jumps there, and then I do enough longer slide jumps so that way I can kind of like, have enough room to not fall off the edge. That's good, because now I can cut this corner here. Or cut that line. But that movement was really bad. Not really. All of this stuff is basically stuff that I'm doing in my head while I'm playing. Okay. This is good movement. I just need to do a medium slide jump. There we go, so then I can do another slide here. Get myself in position, then I go here. And that's not great, but it's fine. I still got that. I'm gonna do a long jump here. And nope. The reason why I didn't get that slide jump there was because I was in the air before it allowed me to slide jump. So I was just not capable of doing that. I was not capable of adjusting. That's really slow. Did I PB today? I did, but I had a really bad antagony. My run was extremely good, but I lost like over 10 seconds in antagony, and I got a 24-31. Also, all the while, because Crash never goes in the direction that Crash never goes in the direction you're holding. He goes in like an approximation because of how Crash's pivoting works, because on every surface you don't have 100% full control. You actually, on most surfaces, you have 95% control over Crash's turning, so he pivots. This happens in the air as well, just to a lesser degree. He does not go exactly in the direction you are holding. He pivots in an approximation of that direction. So I'm always watching out. You may see, if you're really paying attention, you'll see me like wiggle back and forth sometimes. That's actually to correct my angle. Because when Crash slide jumps, he doesn't go in the direction you're holding. He goes in the direction that he's facing. Damn F superior. So, when you see me wiggle kind of back and forth, I'm actually correcting my angle as I'm actually correcting my angle as I'm, like, running. That's one of the things I do to make sure that my angle is, correct enough. But if I'm confident I don't need it, I don't do it. There's so many little things that I do when I'm, like, when I'm doing runs. It's one of the reasons why before I used to have to actually tell people not to chat, because I couldn't concentrate well enough to be able to make those micro adjustments. I can make those on the fly now, and also while reading chat. This is a little slow. But yeah, my approach to a lot of this stuff is super methodical. Not a 122 boat, but it's okay. It's those little tiny details everybody misses. And when you're playing on PS2, which PS2 doesn't have as many angles as Xbox does, you can't make those tiny adjustments anywhere near the way that I can. You haven't had your hair cut in years? That was slow anyways, because I didn't get the jump immediately. Xbox has more angles than PS2, yes. PS2, emulator actually has more, emulator has more angles than PS2 on console, and PS2 on console has a doesn't have as many angles as OG Xbox. So, this is actually the big reason why a lot of people struggle going from PS2 to Xbox, because you have so many more angles that you need to deal with that it's hard to learn how to switch to. But once you learn the switch, it is, like, impossible to go back. Because the thing is I can be super precise in my Twinsanity movement on Xbox. On PS2, if I'm making those little micro adjustments I usually do, I won't be turning at all. Because, like, I just don't have that, I don't have the angles necessary to fix my movement. So I'm doing so many tiny things when I'm doing runs that are either just not possible when you're playing on PS2, or, like, you can't notice it. But yeah, nobody would really know a lot of this stuff, or they would tell me I'm full of shit. Which is hilarious, because, like, I've run on PS2 console, I've run on emulator, I've run on 360, I've run on OG Xbox, I've used the same controller for a lot of the stuff, and I have noticed a lot of issues with angles and all this other stuff, and it's like, no, the controller you play on matters a lot for a lot of the micro movements. When you get to my level, yes, they make a huge difference. What a lot of people notice is that, like, some people say that my movement is kind of like tool-assisted, almost. And that's only because I can make those, like, little tiny adjustments. Probably Smartkin and Pull's movement were, like, the pinnacle of PS2. I don't think you could get better than that on PS2, just because of the lack of angles. There we go. I think that's my first 122 boat of the day. I almost died there. That is one of the reasons why I say Twins is just easier to run on Xbox, just because you have more angles to work with. And having more angles means more precision. I almost jumped too early and almost died. It's one of the big reasons why I always tell people switch to Xbox when you can. Because the more you play on PS2, the more it's going to mess up your ability to be very precise. But I guarantee you that if you, like, work on your movement, and, like, your sense of movement... Oh, come on, man. That's really bad. It's like a second, I think. Don't hit me. Thank you. You would probably get better than most runners. I'm gonna lose, like, 1 or 2 seconds. A lot of that kind of stuff is why, I'm just on a different... I'm on a different league or in a different league compared to other runners. Because those, like, little small things... Those little small things are why I'm just so far ahead of everybody else. My controller is very precise. I play on Xbox, which lets me be even more precise, and... And I just implement everything I can. Native Xbox with SSD, yep. SSD is not necessary. The only reason why I'm on SSD is just because I would fucking break the hard drive. Because I'm just a barbarian. I don't like dealing with drives with physical components. There we go. My stuff looks nice because I upscale. What happened to engine skip? You can only do that with zombie. I'm really forward, hang on. Whoa! That does happen there. I mean, what happened there was I got a proxy slide.
The rats are leaving the sinking ship. Tell us where the treasure is, and we'll let you go. Silence! Looks like we'll have to wring it out of him. Embryo, get changed.
It's okay, you can still do my buh. Me. 1, 2, 3, 1. One, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Oh. I need to get hit like twice, I think. One, 2, 3, 4. Two, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ribbit-a-bit, birdie-boing, 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 ribbit-a-bit. I did not save any time. I seem to have lost time.
To the Psychotron!
Wow, that was kind of slow, actually. I lost time.
You monster!
Okay.
Let my brother go!
My crystals!
I mean, how far away am I from PB? I'm... I will be about,
Ruined! Thanks to Perky here. Must be repaired. And only
I
one
am
person
going
can help.
to be about a second behind the last run.
Isn't she delightful? Obviously, I've made a few modifications here and there. Quickly!
Now, if I get a really good AoE skip, we're cooking. Okay.
This way!
Thank fuck, okay. Nah, faster than that for sure. I'm sure a lot of people just got scared there. Oh. I don't know why I split there, but okay. 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 Awesome. So... Fuck off, game? At least land on the fucking thing, please. Really? Okay. Anything in particular is required? Yeah. This game is just an absolute bitch sometimes. And Hub 3 is really the... Hub 3 is the big bitch. No pun intended. Hub 3 is the big bitch. Like, because it has AoE skip, and AoE skip is incredibly finicky, it could literally just fuck you up. So, basically, like, anything prior to Hub 3 does not matter that much. I'm guaranteed to at least be within, like, 2.5 seconds of my sum of best anyways in the first 2 splits. Or in the first 4 splits? No, it's the first 3 splits. Everything else is basically just, okay. Once I enter Hub 3, it's, do I get AoE skip? If yes, cool. Chances of that happening and not losing time are very, very, very small. I knew I wasn't gonna make it. I knew where I jumped was the wrong position. So I'm gonna get a high 123. A very high 123 boat. Okay, it was a mid 123 boat. No, it was a high. It was a 123.7. It will take a very long time before anybody gets to my level of movement. And I don't see it happening for quite some time. Okay. Good. Flowers gotta step up. Imagine. I almost jumped too early. I mean, it could be either of you two, to be honest. You're not that degenerate? F. Damn it! I was too far to the right. By like 1 notch. I think I can only tolerate like 1 or 2 more times into AoE, into Hub 3 before I think I'm gonna quit for the day. And then just do more runs tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll probably be doing runs at an earlier time. Is feeling kind of clean, but Cavern is just a bad level. Yep. And the worst part is that Cavern is the only level I have no advice for. I could give advice for pretty much any level except for Cavern. Because Cavern is literally just, you can randomly clip into the geometry. Anywhere. At any point. You can gain or lose speed anywhere, at any point. There are fast strats. Like, there's Brower strats, where you get a faster cycle. You get the faster elevator cycles. And, once you're not in Roller Brawl, yes, there are some faster strats, like, aren't the strats just like RNG? Thrower strats isn't exactly RNG. It's RNG in a way because it's like random whether you have the speed or not. Then, in the ant fight, you can save a couple of seconds in the cutscene by, slide jumping to a box. And being on top of it. It saves a little bit of time. There's a couple of movement things you can do when you're not in Roller Brawl as well. Including, like a 2 to 3 second time save when you death abuse and spawn in as Crashless Cortex, you could jump over the fence. Okay, there we go. 122 boat. Okay, drop my jump, thank you. Okay. You fucking asshole. That's me actually doing mountain fast, by the way. I generally do not do mountain like that. Oh, but you're not doing the fastest possible strats. It's like, it's not worth it. For, like, the minimal amount of time save that you get from it. I got back, like, 0.7 seconds that I lost. Fuck off. It wouldn't have been a smart idea for me to do a long jump there. If I did a long jump, I would not have been able to slide jump. I would have lost way more time than running around. Problem is that on the metal surface, you have less control over your movement than in most surfaces, so I misjudged the pivot. I did the slide jump too early. And yes, in high seas, you have less control over your movement than in other places. I believe it's set to 90 for both the metal and the snow. Ice physics are set to 70, rock physics are set to 60, and there's another rock surface that's 50. But the general movement set is 95. Metal does not have reduced movement, it has reduced control. You don't actually have reduced movement. It has reduced movement control. But nobody knows this unless they actually looked at the game files. And I helped with some of the reverse engineering of Twinsanity. So I've looked at the surface files and stuff and their properties. The thing is that, like, nobody... None of this fucking matters. I use that knowledge to my advantage if I need to, but the thing is like the difference is not much. But that is the reason why High Seas feels different. Because it does feel different. It is the only place that has, it is the only place that has, specific surfaces. Water does have whatever, but I think water... I believe water is 65. No, it's not 65, it's 85, I believe. Water has 85, percent. It has something, it's lower than the High Seas surfaces, but it's higher than ice physics. Which is why when you have zombie, it does feel a little bit like you're sliding. Because you are sliding, you're just not on ice physics. Because ice physics are a lot more extreme than, ice physics and rock physics. Rock physics are actually, like, slippier than ice. Dude, I'm not going to take a 125. I'll go to 2650. Or, the next 2 times I get out of Hub 3. And then I'll end stream. I'm kinda tired right now. Tomorrow I will do a lot more. I'll get better sleep tomorrow. Man, you fucking asshole. I mean, still, the difference between High Seas and not, 95% of those issues will not occur in its skill issue. High Seas is, like, one of the easier levels. It's just that it's, because of the way the cycles manifest, there's always a lot of pressure and also having to dodge rats. But High Seas in itself is not a difficult level. Not even, like, for, not even, the walrus chase is that bad. Doing the walrus chase fast is annoying, but the thing is it's the same every time. You don't have to react to anything. So High Sea is like you can just, or the walrus chase, you could just do muscle memory and it's perfectly fine. Usually in High Seas, I count my slides. Cycle dependent. The thing about the cycles is that the cycles load two chunks away. Yo, Ahmad. You. So, like, depending on how fast or how slow you're doing, the rooms, will depend on how well the cycles sync up. In Hundo, it's a lot more consistent. And the cycles are almost always the same because you always have to wait on certain things. That was almost bad. Okay. Nice. There we go. Okay, bat. I stream on Twitch, I do. Still live? Yep. Yo, Juanli. You missed me PBing, but the PB kinda... It was awesome until final level where I choked like 20 seconds. Why are these cycles weird? Did I go slow or something? I spliced, yep. Okay, I wasn't supposed to... Fuck off. Come on! I usually, like, do 6-7 hour streams. You lame sloth, you should. You didn't even come into my stream today. Cry. Bruh. You know what? I should replace 6-7 with I like cock. I should literally, like, do all variations of that to be like cock. You can also do it with ban me. Yeah, but I like cock is funnier. I mean, not that there's anything like wrong with liking penis. However, it is very funny to see someone try to annoy me and instead it says I like cock. There is also the emote nice cock. What if they like cock? Well, it's still funny. See, here's the thing. The fact of saying you like cock is not whether it is an insult or whether it is a compliment. What it actually is it's funny. You start running Twinsanity, it's very difficult. You're probably... Do not run any percent. Run a different category. It's simple. It doesn't matter whether it's an insult or not. If it's funny, it's still funny. What's any percent? Not this. I think bro needs to do a little bit of speedrunning research. Google is your friend. Might extend this to 2675. Because I'm not getting out of fucking nut skip again. I'm back in nut jail. Any percent is this with less steps. Any percent no dimension skip. That category is very hard. This category is very hard to do. As well. I recommend you do all levels. Why am I missing that fucking thing? .com about any percent no dimension skip? I mean, there is. It's just in the miscellaneous categories. If you look at speedrun.com and you go to Twinsanity, you will see... you will see, not the one that I got today, but the one that I got elsewhere. Well, see, I wouldn't know whether you were joking or not. Because some people don't even know all levels. Someone say cock. I did indeed say cock. I am not a cock enjoyer, however, cock. Yep, cock. I just remember, there was somebody in my old all levels, record that came into my chat, and they were like, I like men. And I was like, good for you? I don't care. Like, I really, respectfully, I don't care if you like men, women, or anything in between. Respectfully, I don't give a shit. I think my exact reaction was, congrats? You like nut? That's nice, dear. I wouldn't say necessarily that I am inclusive, I'm just not exclusive. As in, respectfully, I give no shits. Just don't be an asshole. And don't be extremely weird. That's it. Those are my 2 rules. Well, yeah. Don't be disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful. Don't be super weird. As support. I mean... The thing is I don't... Okay, I'll say this exactly as I feel. Here's the thing. It's not necessarily support. These are just things people should have inherently. Right? Because why should you care? It's not like say, oh, hey, I support you. No, because that is an individual-based basis. It's all just like... If you're upset about if somebody likes PP or vagina, you're a dumbass. If you're upset about somebody, whatever they do behind their closed doors or whatever they identify as, boo-hoo. Who cares? But also on the other side, it's like, if you are an asshole, I don't care what you are. If you're an asshole, I'm going to treat you like a bitch. If you're not an asshole, I'll treat you with respect. Pretty easy. I don't know, I wouldn't count that as inclusivity. What I say is, like, I judge everything based on, like, a person-to-person basis. And then until you give me reason to not like you. What about lizards? Yo. I hate lizards. Get out of here. Like, it's always the respectfully, I don't care. And people should just not care. If you're a lizard, you're banned. Exactly. Fuck all these lizards. Also, if you're a clanker, get out of here. A reptiler or a clanker, get out of here. No, it's literally that. I just don't give a shit. I don't count that as support. If I think you're cool and you're my friend, I support you. Otherwise, you don't affect my life and I don't affect yours. What about wizards? I am a wizard. I have run all categories. I have the record in every category. I classify as a wizard. A clanker, yes. Thought I said wizard? I did say wizard. I am a wizard. We know too much about each other? Yes. People need to have their own lives. Yo, let's go. Mahotsukai. Sanju sai no Mahotsukai. 30歳以上の Wizards. No, people know too much about their lives, and people try to affect each other's lives too much. There's a thing called mind your own damn business, and also at the same time, like, keep your own business private. Know how to ask calmly? I hope so. Denshi. Why did I get that? Okay, cool. Finally able to spend $40 in GameStop gift cards. Pause. Yeah, I know a lot of people will disagree with my opinion, but it's like, I honestly think if we just stopped caring, it would work. It would be better. I didn't get the joke, no. So yeah, in case anybody wanted to know about my philosophy as to why and how I treat people the way that I do, that is basically it. Somebody's gonna try to say something that I just said and said, oh, he's a racist, he's a bigot, he's this, he's that, and I'm just like, okay. I'm too damn old for this shit. Something streamer hates us. True. Hate all of you. Do I like dancing? Can't dance. Been crippled for years, basically. Or rather, mobily impaired because of a bad foot. It's healed, but I still can't dance. Lucky Twitch, no delay, folks. You could get onto Twitch. Because I cannot do anything about that. YouTube inherently has delay, unfortunately. If I could do something about it, I would, but... Unfortunately, if you don't like the delay, you will have to go to, We're in Hub 4, imagine. To reduce unnecessary social media. Well, I mean, your first issue was having the app. I open the Twitch app like maybe once a month at most. I don't really care. I watch Twitch when I feel like it. And it's usually not, it's not often. Most of the time I just look at YouTube shorts or watch YouTube videos. Okay, that was stupid. Neat. I disconnected for some reason. Is it gonna stabilize? It's stabilized, okay. It's not stabilized.